How are you today? Hope the sound is okay. Hi, team. Hi, Tristan. Hi, Scott. Kevin, short on CRWD. Okay. We will just check it. Actually, the market itself, it's not having a good start of September. Guys, look at that. Again, we are just tumbling like yesterday, the beige book, manufacturing data made a little turbulence there. Today seems like unemployment claims much lower than expected. So again, as I told you yesterday, I still feel like we are back on the track, like when, bad news meant bad news in the market, and the market just started to go down, and good news are really meaning good news, and the market direction seems like at least that we are trading accordingly. We should trade accordingly, at least so far, based on the market reactions. Hi, Mark. Good morning. Chris. Hi, Banzai. Nice to see you. Guidance from traders. Okay. Feel like I can see everyone. All right. So as you can see, traders SPY is down 0.09%. Actually, compared to the bad news on the unemployment claims, it's not even that bad to the downside. Triple Q, it looks a little bit weaker, 0.30%, but again, look at that. The SPY broke the 550, and since then, it's trying desperately to bounce. As yesterday, we have seen. I would say, guys, I think that the bulls know it exactly. If 550 is going to fail there, and the price is staying under the 550 level on the SPY, this can trigger another sellout. So I think that this $550 level is going to play a really, really crucial line for today trading. Hi, Roger. Hi, Tara. Good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, we are starting weaker. Hi, Nikita, but I'm not sure that we are going to stay like that. Good morning, Lee. So let's just be careful with the shorts today until the SPY is now going to break down this 550 level. Regarding the economic news, after this disappointing unemployment claims, and yesterday beige book was not really nice either. We are still expecting some news release. 9:45 final services PMI and 10 o'clock ISM services PMI. Yesterday, as you know, the news were actually really not good at all. And today, let's see what's going to happen. I'm going to be very careful around 10 o'clock for sure. And tomorrow is the big day, especially for the labor market news, because tomorrow unemployment rate, no farm employment change, FOMC member Williams speaks, Waller speaks later on. So big day coming tomorrow. But today, let's see whether the bulls can just hold on or hang on, or they will just fall off the cliff. This is the big question now for the market direction. Regarding news, as I told you yesterday, the economy did not get really good news either on the beige book side as well. Of course, now the headlines are full of the unemployment claims, like jobless claims dropped to 8-week low. Hiring has slowed, but layoffs are not rising yet. US productivity envy of the world was better than initially estimating in the second quarter. So we still can see, better, worse news here and there. But I must tell you, this labor market situation, it's only just starting to be a little bit concerning. Well, let's see how it's going to be continued. And another concerning thing here is the oil. Have you seen the oil prices lately, guys? Look at that. US oil, actually, it's just trading under the $70 level. Look at this daily chart. It's just amazing. Like it just went from $80 to 70 in no time, and seems like it still has not stopped. So low, we have seen it only back in 2023. So I'm wondering when the oil is going to bottom out. Also, not really good news on the oil side. Like all of the gains of 2024 gone, and it's very close to get to the more to the red side on the oil. Well, as you know, especially from the Chinese demand side, it's a big worry, which is not good for the oil for sure. Well, yeah, so oil stocks under pressure. I would say be careful with the oil stocks as well. What else here? If we just check the cryptos and so on, crypto, I mean the Bitcoin and all of the cryptos got a big tumble lower. The Bitcoin at the moment, it's exactly on 56,700, which means it still has not broken this consolidation. Yesterday it did, but made a huge hammer. Also, this hammer has not been validated yet from the technical point of view because today we've just seen a red candle so far at least. So far, Bitcoin, and like that, we can watch the coin as well on our list. First of all, to the short side, but again, let's just really, really carefully follow the Bitcoin before you take any decision on the coin desk trade. Futures, of course, red. It was more deep red, as we could see on the SPY. Bulls are really, really fighting hard here to keep up the prices over this 550 level. But both the S&P 500 and Nasdaq is red, and Dow Jones, it's just moving from red to green, green to red. Gold is jumping for new high, 2,547 as I see. Wow, that's a nice move, especially silver, which is moving, and crude oil is starting to maybe recover a little bit, but I cannot see any good movement there. On the rate side, the 10 years tumbled after this disappointing news. Unfortunately, I mean, this is not that bad for the stocks bulls, but at the moment, it's not a stock related move, but a news related move. So this is a little bit differs. Now on the FX, as I think the XY index is weakening further. That's interesting. And Asia was a little bit mixed, but rather to the red side, especially with Nikkei and Hang Seng, and not even talking about Europe, which started more to the green side, but seems like it's ending more to the red side. So not a great start for the bulls so far in September. And as I've told you, traders, I'm just repeating myself. A reason why the market is down today and yesterday, it was especially the triple Q. First of all, the NVDA made a nice comeback in the morning, which we were in, and we had a nice winner on that. But later on, it's just pushed back to this 106 area. But NVIDIA at this time really tried to make a change on the daily chart. So all eyes still on NVIDIA. As I've seen, though, the Tesla, it's quite strong. So the Tesla is going to be on my long list, 2.6% higher. And yesterday, it did not care about the market at all. So if I'm just starting my candidates list, I'm going to put to the long side definitely Tesla. And VDA, I still cannot decide which direction it's going to go. Quite of a mixed watch list what I have at the moment. Reason for that, as I've told you, that the overall bulls are desperately trying to keep up this price level over the 550 level. So far, they succeed. And later on, repeating myself, 9:45 and 10 o'clock economic news. So please be careful around that time of the day. But we are going to be here with you to support you as always. All right. Tuesday stock market sell-off put deep buying retail investors to the test. Well, that's for sure. I could not find that many deep buyers. I mean, big buyers, not just like small retail traders. During the day, I'm not sure they are still in here. I guess they are waiting for more data, especially for tomorrow's data. NVDA stock ends lower, but these two factors could reignite momentum. Well, this is quite of a thin line on the market or on the NVDA as well. If we just check quickly the daily chart of the NVDA, which is still not adjusted here, so I have to check it on my other list traders. I would say NVDA made a promising doji yesterday, but today again it's down 0.47%. Lowest point of yesterday is 104 and 12, it was almost the same as the pre-market lows. So I would say if it's breaking the pre-market lows and yesterday lows, then the NVDA was just got into the trouble again. So let's be careful with this 104 area. At the moment, I'm not going to call this Tesla neither to the long side nor to the short side. But if it's breaking 104, I'm sure I will be there for the shorts. Okay, in the international news, let's just check it. Nasdaq futures for the third day. Stock selling continues. Investors wait on economic data, which, as you know, this US jobs data just disappointed the market. Okay, supersized Fed rate cut this month could be very dangerous for the market. It is just a warning for an economist. I totally agree, by the way. I think if the Fed would go with a 50, I think that's too much for the stocks. So I'm wondering what's going to happen soon on that Fed rate decision. Okay, Tesla says it will launch full self-driving product in Europe and China early next year. This is the reason why we see Tesla very strong, and this is on my watch list. All right, so there may be a fiscal break-even. Oil price is rising fast. Maybe this can finally give a bottom for the oil itself, but definitely oil and oil stocks are very much under the pressure. QCOM News here says it's working on mixed reality smart glasses with Samsung and Google. Now, that's an interesting one. I'm going to watch it. So actually, QCOM, Amazon, Google, definitely on my list, especially Amazon, because it's very strong in pre-market already, traders, 1.1% higher. So among the big stocks to the long side, I prefer Amazon. And we still have the movers, of course, not just like from my watch list, and especially upgraded, downgraded, and the earning stocks. And the first one, which I was completely astonished to see, it's AI. I mean C3 AI, which tumbled a lot. I mean, really a lot. I do not have even a data at the moment on this AI because actually it's just tumbled 20% down to $18 area. So I'm going to put it to the short list. Hi, Yuri. Good morning to you. And please, traders, if you have any questions, any stocks on your watch list, please just share it with us. Thank you for Scott. He already just posted his list. So to the short list, I'm going to put AI in. It tumbled so much in pre-market that, as you can see, my platform could not even handle it. So why AI tumbled so much? Weaker than expected subscription revenue during the company's fiscal first quarter. Ouch, that's not good. The next one, it's Verizon announced it will purchase Frontier Communication in an all-cash deal valued at $20 billion. So I guess Frontier is up and VZ is down as usual. So FYBR, it is the Frontier, but please be careful with that stock. The reason for that, it's a buyout. Buyouts are always a little bit risky to trade because most of the time the moving is done in the pre-market already. PDD, yeah, Chinese stocks. Some of the analysts, they are betting on some bullishness on the Chinese stocks. Well, after such a big drop, I'm not surprised. But so far, PDD is lower. But I agree, Nikita, we should watch PDD on our secondary list together, by the way, with X, still on my watch list, and more coming. Tesla, it's here with the news as I just read before. Tesla, it's a really good news and it's on my long list. JetBlue is the next one. Finally, it's just gained 4.6% after raising its guidance for the third quarter revenue. Yeah, nowadays, as you know, traders, all of the airlines are a bit under pressure. So this is, you can see even on the daily chart of them. And this is a really good news, not just for the JetBlue, but the whole sector. So JetBlue looks nice. And anyway, you know, I'm just wondering because things are not just, let's call it going in correlation what they did before, like when the oil was dropping, usually the airlines went up. But now we could not see that very much indeed. Like 6 years ago, it was like a low. Okay, like it's always has been like that. If the oil tumbled, airlines went up. But nowadays there are more things here around which are impacting this airlines industry as well, like the inflation and the others. But indeed, now I think I just raised it up because or raised it because of the JetBlue. That's not just the good news, but maybe the fact that the oil is erasing all of the 2024 gains can just help for the airlines to go higher. So JetBlue definitely is going to be my long list, and I think it's worth to watch several other airlines like DAL, UAL, and the others. DAL, I'm just going to call it the secondary list. Okay, Top Golf Callaway. I think never traded that stock, but let's see, give a try. MODG. Okay. Wow. All right. I don't think so. I'm going to, but we can put it to the secondary list. This is not a big mover. Good news on the stock. It announced it we are split into two separate businesses. Callaway focus on golf equipment, and consumers having an active lifestyle like Top Golf will key in on golf entertainment. Nice. This means that the company is just for a bright future, set for a bright future. If you like these lower price stocks, yeah, I'm just going to move it to the secondary list. The right system is here, charge point, VRNT, ouch, big drop on that stock following weaker than expected earnings report, VRNT, and let's see if there is still some space to go lower on that stock. Actually, compared to the fact that this is not a very pricey stock, I would say it's worth to watch traders. Also, I would like to see, next to the fact that it's a $14 dump, I would like, or $14, 14% dump, I would like to see a little bit higher volume. I'm not completely satisfied with the volume. Just because of that, I see anyway, Scott put it on the second or the short list. I'm going to put just to the secondary list, because not only the pre-market volume, but actually the what it is called, the daily average volume, it's not impressive at all. Charge point, poor stock, it's 1% already, guys, or $1 already. So let's just leave it, but it just fell 10% on some bad news again. And this is the earnings news indeed. XPO coming here, trucking company retreated 5.4%. And this is quite of a highly priced stock, or higher, not very high, and looks like an interesting short opportunity. Again, my problem is the volume, so the volume should pick up a little bit, but I'm going to move it to the secondary list. The reason for that, why it's down, okay, retreated, reporting that preliminary less than truckload tonnage was 4.6 lower in August compared with the same point a year prior. Ouch, that's not good for sure. We can watch it to the short side. Anything else what you are watching? GTLB, Afubanroy. Okay, I'm just checking it. GTLB. This was a big mover yesterday on news. Maybe this is the second day, as Amir always includes these type of stocks in his watch list. This is the second day for the GTLB. And yes, actually, I agree. This can be an interesting one. Let's just move it to the secondary list on GTLB. Thank you for that check. Mark, oh, your watch list is very much helpful all the time. Yes, I'm watching Unity as well, AI for sure, Uber. Oh, it's just Uber because I'm watching Unity. CPRT, completely agree. Amazon on my list, Tesla on my list. Thank you. And UPS, yeah, let me just check UPS. In the meantime, just a second. UPS, nice, nice. Yeah, I love the daily, especially the daily. If it can break this 130 level, that's an interesting, interesting daily chart. I like it, and Uber as well. It's on my list already. Okay, guys, DKS again. It's again a bit lower after this yesterday news. Indeed. So DKS, it's 1% again to the downside. Yesterday, though, it made a huge comeback. Maybe today it's going to fall lower. I don't know, but I don't like the pre-market volume, so I'm not going to put it just to the secondary list maximum. STNE, Financial Technologies stock pulled back 8.3%, Morgan Stanley downgrade. So this can go definitely to the short side, STNE, and Dollar Tree is the next one, another ugly downgrade by the JP Morgan after bad news of yesterday. It's still, they're still just punishing this stock, so the ITR can go again to the short side. To the long side, though, I'm going to watch Roku still. It's a really nice mover for today. Amazon, as I've told you. What else here we have? EH, which is a Chinese stock. SEDGs are higher. Pre-market volume not that good. And as I mentioned you, based on this news for the JetBlue AAL in the winner side, 1.6% higher. I like it. And Iowa, which is a small biotech company, but this can be a mover, so maybe we can watch it to the secondary list. HPE, I forgot on the short side. Packard got some bad news here. I mean, on the earnings. And I just checking the lost Nasdaq very quickly. CPRT, which was on Mark's list, I completely agree. It looks very nice for the short side. So I'm still going to put this here. And I am ready with the list. Thank you, Nikita. Yes, ASTS, it's still among the big movers and the crazy movers. So let's be careful. Hi, Martin. So here is my list for you traders. As always, I'm just going to move to the secondary list to the guidance room now and starting trading with you for an hour. And for you here in the guide or in the main room, please just be careful with the opening. Market is still weak, but Apple is green. SPY desperately pushing higher. So let's see whether this bad news can push lower the market or the bulls going to fight and push everything back to the north. Good luck, everyone. Have a green one and meet in the guidance room if you have any more questions.
Good morning and welcome to the 44 Trade Room. Welcome to a beautiful Thursday. We're peeking in on the weekend already. I'm looking forward to trading with everybody today. Should be an epic day. Good green day yesterday, very solid trading, and that's what you're going to get right here at the 44 Trading Room. Now, as we get into the day today, another great trading day. We got volatility back. We'll talk about that and more. Get the screens up here. We're ready to go. We got the full staff today. DVG is here. You just heard from Aggie. Clifton is in the house. And it's going to be a great day. I'm looking so forward to trading with everybody today. Always fun, always challenging, day in, day out. Got the futures mixed this morning, Asian futures, and good morning to all that are on YouTube land this morning. Thank you for your support of this great channel. We can't do it without you. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button there. We appreciate that. If you want to come into this room, you can do so with the 7-day free trial. Okay, abbreviated this morning because I'm running late. Asia. Mixed market here. Nikkei, well, not really. Nikkei down 391. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 13, and the Shanghai and China up 4 points. Europe mixed as well. German DAX up 44. FTSE in UK down 3, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 41. putting some pressure on our futures this morning. You really have, let's see, you've got two markets up and 4 markets down, putting pressure to the downside. Dow futures, though, this morning bucking the trend, up 36. S&P futures up 1.75, and the NASDAQ futures down 55.25. The reason why, we were pretty good, but the August private payrolls came in, rose by just 99,000, the smallest gain since 2021, and far below estimates. So get ready here. We finally have got the news out. This market is really on pins and needles right now, so could actually move lower here today. Volvo in the news. Volvo Cars cuts margin and revenue aims after ditching electric vehicle target. So again, they're just doing the same thing as everybody else is doing right now. So that's about it this morning. We're going to be down a little bit, kind of even at the start, and we'll kind of roll from there. Again, this morning, really be cautious this morning as we get into the day today. Chris, good morning. Mark, good morning to you. Lee, good morning. Nikita, good morning. Yuri, good morning. Yep. Epruba, good morning to you. Yep, sure. Martins, good morning. Nikita, good morning. Saad, good morning to you. David, good morning. Lee, good morning to you. Garrett, what do you say? Len, good morning. Scott V, hope you're well, my friend. Tamar, good morning. Steve, good morning in Orlando, my sister city. Jared, good morning. Bill, good morning and hello. Seth, good morning. Let's pick some stocks and get this day ready, cranked up and ready to rock and roll this morning. 225 on Tesla this morning, long. And again, I'm going to be waiting on some of these stocks this morning. I don't think I'll be taking a first candle trade. I want to see what this market actually does here this morning. We'll watch Tesla at 225 this morning. The VRNT right here at 2550, it's got low volume. I'm not even going to mess around with it this morning. NVDA over the 106.25 NVDA to the upside. That is if this market goes to the upside. 106.25 for the rebound trade today. 106.25, there's NVDA post. You got DLTR. DLTR under 63 this morning. We'll post this one red. DLTR, Dollar Tree, TL under, what did I say, 63 this morning. Okay, that's probably my main culprit this morning, looking for a point on the downside. DLTR. I'm watching AMD, CHRT, CPRT, STNE, and PDD this morning. CPRT, here's the opens coming up here in about 3 minutes. CPRT, I'll pull this over here. We'll put it and wedge it in between here. We'll be watching 6 of them this morning. And then CPRT under 50. It just went underneath there. This is a big time trade here. If it gets over 50 and then takes out 50 because of that round number at 50 this morning. DDG's got his watch list this morning. We are ready to rock and roll. Remember, traders, trading securities is risky, and my past performance is not typical. As I'm an experienced trader, and it's not to be seen as investment advice. That's not what we do here. Most beginning traders, if you're just starting off, are going to lose money. So first trade on a demo or trade with money that you can afford to lose, okay? And then ramp your game up and let's go. DVG, good morning. Clifton, good morning. Let's rock and roll.
Good morning, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect.
Right on. Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Look, a lot of interesting news out this morning. I wouldn't say that the jobless claims were great. We do have some upcoming information. Let's see, on one second here. Some more data coming in at 10 o'clock. So ISM Service Composite PMI will be in at 10 o'clock. So expect some volatility at the 10 o'clock mark. I will be kind of a little sheepish here at the open. I want to see how we open up. Obviously, we talked about kind of stair-stepping down. Tesla obviously still seeing some of that, residual from the positive news around robotaxi capabilities with smart summoning. So I think we're going to see some additional moves there. Keeping an eye on AVGO and DocuSign as they report after the close today. So definitely keep that in mind as AVGO right now is breaking the pre-market low. Could be an opportunity to maybe sneak in a buy there. We'll see. Keeping an eye on the chip sector in its entirety. SMCI aiming lower. And I'm also just starting to pay attention to names like BABA, PDD, names in, we'll call them China stocks. We are now officially open. Trade safe, everybody. Be careful. Apple's off to the races this morning. Microsoft looking like it's getting a bounce here. But we'll be kind of reluctant here at the open. I might be looking at NVIDIA here at 105.20. Stop loss just below 105. So risking really small amount if I take that position here.
Okay, my trade on NVIDIA is at 106.25 up that way. DLTR over 64, we can short that as well. CPRT, wait for that 50 to be broken. Here we go. I'm going to take CPRT under 50 now.
Keeping an eye on NVIDIA here.
I'm short CPRT. Target's going to be 49.50. We're going to take 50 cents off to start here on CPRT. Wow, this is going to happen quick, DVG.
Yeah.
Come on, baby.
NVIDIA
CPRT. Look at that candle. Come on. 10 cents to go. I'm going to add right here. Full share size trade now. Target 49 on CPRT. Target 49 even. I'll buy the cover right in front of 49.
Keeping an eye on Tesla here, seeing how far it pulls back. Watching the cues. I will add to NVIDIA only if we get over the close. Right now it's rejecting the 200 on the 1 minute, so keeping an eye on that.
Go. Look at this. Big time deal here. I'm covering off right here at 49.12. This is going to be a huge trade for myself. Buying into the strength of the move down, and watch it take out 49 now. Watch it take out 49. Wow. Take out 49. Take out 49. One trade, I'm going to be done for the day. Let's go. 49. Move it. Move it. 8 cents to go. CPRT. Oh my goodness.
Add NVIDIA here.
Awesome trade, traders. If you took this with me here, congratulations. Covering off 49.87 on the buy here. CPRT, that's $1.13 to the downside on an extra full share size trade. I'm done for the day. Y'all have a great rest of your trading day today.
I like it.
Woo! Look at that chart, DVG. Look at that baby. Just sink. You know, one thing on the, you know, just because you have a good trade, then you got to get into it, Scott, right? Big mouth. But anyway, I'm proud of it only because, hey, we talked about it in the pre-market, number one. Number two, it's a big round number, 50 bucks, 100 bucks, 200 bucks, big, huge round number. It takes care of that big volume to the downside, such an easy trade to take. And hopefully y'all enjoyed that there coming into CPRT. Posted here in the room verbally and took the trade. So awesome way to start the day. And
I just took a little bit off of NVIDIA. But
don't need to trade anymore right now. Perfect trade.
Yeah, I'm watching Tesla now here at the 200 EMA. Seeing how it behaves. Obviously, some real strength there. NVIDIA, the big reason why I was bullish this morning, I just got someone sent me a note here. Supposedly, now there's talk of that probe. You know, NVIDIA was like, hey, we didn't get any information on that. So is it true? Is it not? Who knows? But I think having the, you know, the fact that it's been beaten down a bit. We talked a little bit about the cues, kind of respecting, you know, that 457 to 454 area. I think we're closer to a bottom on the cues than we are on the SPY. So I'm still concerned a little bit about the SPY. Keeping an eye on tech is really a driver for innovation and, you know, growth in markets. So we want to see, ideally, markets continue to move higher. so that, essentially bulls can kind of keep some control of the markets here. But we'll see. Up at 107 on NVIDIA. I'm going to probably trim up here in just a moment. Still have some size, so I'll wait. Let's see if we get a bigger push. Tesla missed the trade there. Oh well. Beautiful breakout now in Tesla. Getting ready. If I see any pullback here on NVIDIA, I'll go ahead and trim up. I like this 107 handle. Maybe I get more. We'll see. Just on this one trade alone, I'm up $1,500 on NVIDIA. So go ahead and trim up there on NVIDIA. Bank some profit. Rule number 1: pay yourself first. And I will leave a little bit of size here so it can dance a little bit. Once I get my next level or my next trim, I will basically let that thing run on autopilot. I missed Microsoft. I was actually thinking Microsoft might go down today. And so same with Meta. As soon as I saw that big move to the upside, obviously that took out any bearish move that I wanted to take. Q's now barely over the close. Let's see how markets behave now. We just starting to reject that. No big surprise. People just buying into that. So
wow, Tesla on the breakout, NVDA, awesome. I'm just sitting here wallowing in my first trade, and I really did miss NVDA to the upside here. What a great trade going higher. And VRNT that had no volume. Out of all shares, CPRT, I am flat right now. Flat and stuffed with cash. All good.
Very nice.
All good. Okay, DLTR, I'm taking a short right here. DLTR.
Tesla. I'm tempted to get in here on any pullback. We may not even get a pullback here. 235 next target. I don't know if we get it today, but it looks like it's on its way. Yeah, Mark, exactly. So again, I was looking at Meta to the downside and Microsoft. As soon as I saw that bullish move over the 200 and it was quick, I was just keeping an eye on it, right? Once I saw that push though higher, I'm not going to short those names. Obviously, they're ripping right now. So up at 108 on NVIDIA. Just took a little bit off. We'll leave 200. Let it just do its thing. Big trade for me on NVIDIA this morning. Watching AVGO as well. This might be worth it long as it goes into earnings here. 153.20. I might be late to that party. Let's see. 153.10. We'll put that out there. We'll see if we get filled. 153.10 AVGO.
Okay, DLTR under 64.10 here. DLTR under 64.10. Let me post this here. DLTR short under 64.10. Okay, there we go. DLTR.
We are in AVGO.
Yeah, I'm going to add under 64 full share size trade now. DLTR, full share size trade. DLTR.
Oh, Tesla. NVIDIA just moving now. I'll probably trim up maybe 109. Actually, I'll take 100 here. Why not?
Right on.
Leaving 100 to run.
Book it while you can. EVG,
Yep.
book it while you can, brother.
Indeed. We just banked it. I'm leaving 100 shares. Let's see if we get a 109 handle. Then I'll maybe take 50 off here. One I missed though this morning is Tesla.
Let it grow.
I was pretty bullish on Tesla this morning, but man, it just got small pullback and then just ripped. So I don't know. Microsoft, decent pullback happening now. Again, worth noting in 20 minutes, we should have some news that'll kind of predicate directionally where we end up today.
Yeah, I mean, out of the gate this morning, we had red futures this morning for the entire market come out of the open right now, and the Dow, which was green to open things up, is now down 135 points, and the Nasdaq's up 112. So go figure, right? Makes absolutely 0 cents. 0 cents. Go DLTR. Full share size trade again. DLTR. Target's going to be right at 63, maybe 63.20 or 63.10. And we took this off the 64 handle here, 64.10. And we're going to get paid down here at that 63.20, maybe 63.10. We'll try for a full point on this trade.
I like DLTR to go to 0. I mean, I don't know how long that company is going to be around, to be honest. I just don't know when that's going to happen. You know, $20 maybe. And it's just everything is going against them. If you look at even Dollar General, it's kind of sister company, we'll say, or cousin. Looks exactly the same.
You know what? That's why when you think about it, trading is absolutely the best profession in the world, because whether the economy is up, down, or indifferent, as long as there's liquidity in the market, which God willing there will always be a stock market, that you've got, it's just the best. It's a way that you can make money.
From anywhere in the world, that's the other thing. That's a big reason why I love this profession. Lakeside, mountaintop, as long as you got an internet connection. All right. I'm not really loving this AVGO move here. I'm going to hang on just a bit longer. I'll probably
20 cents to go. DLTR, 20 cents.
Just because I don't want any risk coming into this call. Nice move on DLTR, by the way. I'm going to trim up here on AVGO. I don't want the exposure. Obviously, we banked a ton of money this morning on NVIDIA. Happy about that. There goes DLTR straight down. Look at you, Scott, getting bearish. I like it.
Listen, I was just going to say the same thing for all of the doubters out there. For all of the doubters out there that says, "Oh, Scott doesn't short. He's only going to take it long. He's only long-minded." I used to get buried by Mayer all the time because it was like the tale of two opposites here. It's like, okay, well, Scott's going to go long, Mayer's going to go short, and as a feather in his cap, I will say this: buying the cover right here. By the way, DLTR, we are absolutely freaking killing it this morning. As a feather in his cap, through his book and trading with him all of the time. Obviously learned from one of the better traders on the planet, and I'm thankful for that. And listen, if you don't know how to short, just turn the chart upside down. Okay, it's easy for you. So listen, two huge winning trades.
Long AI right now. I mean, I heard the earnings call. It wasn't horrible, but they beat top and bottom, and we've kind of bottomed out at the $18 level. So if we break that, I mean, where's the bottom on AI? So it's kind of similar to DocuSign, where it's literally floating around its IPO price. So can it go lower? Yes. So I'll keep an eye on AI for the time being. And BABA, gosh, I missed that trade this morning as well. The thing just exploded to the upside. And again, it's not a ton. It's up 70 cents. But yeah, I really like that call on DLTR. Actually, I might be tempted to get into it here. Truly, I think that stock's going to plummet to like 40, 30, $20. I mean, it's who wants that? Inflation.
Buying the cover a little bit more here at the 62.68. It's a huge trade now for me. And again, this is what it's all about. Thank you. Kev, yeah, oh no, I talk to Mayor all the time. Yeah, no, I'm, you know, I was business partner and good friend of his for many, many years. So yeah, I talk to him. Talk to him probably once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks.
Services PMI is out for S&P, 55.7 versus 55.2. Estimate was 55. Looks like services PMI.
I don't know if that's going to matter much to you. Come on.
No, I think some of the news at 10 though will matter. You've got ISM Service Employment Index, New Orders Index. You got in the ISM Services PMI. That's going to be I think the big one.
Mm-hmm. So here we are 15 minutes into the day. And again, this is what we're talking about here on trading for a living and the way that we want to kind of, you know, round out the room. We want to put an emphasis on this morning, on the morning session. As you've seen the last couple of days, and I've been monitoring the room, and y'all have done a great job. Linda's done a great job. Everybody else doing a great job keeping the community together in the afternoon. Our thought is, as we make this transition to possibly a new platform, you know, we're also taking the room to a session that's going to run from, you know, 9 with Aggie coming in till about 11:30. We'll do a recap, and then we're going to be off for the day. And we want to make sure that the rest of the community is on board with that. The reason being is because we can use the time to perfect the room, the time that we have afterwards, the time that DVG, myself, Aggie, Clifton, Amir can talk and run the company, so to speak, and then you know, trade that morning session. And you know, today's a prime example. It doesn't always happen like this. I'm out of all shares DLTR right now. All shares DLTR, click, boom. Okay, multitasker that I am. But these are examples of, you know, when you want to trade, how you want to trade, and then we're going to start to talk about and interject into the room other things. You know, we're going to do the training every 2 weeks. Amir has agreed to do that. And then also we're going to have some talks about, you know, what's next. You know, is it going to be getting into real estate more? Is it more of a long-term investment? Is it a mutual fund strategy? You know, how do you build and create wealth and things like that? So those are the things that are kind of high on our mind, with the understanding of we are going to be, you know, bread and butter is going to be trading every day, but we're not going to be trading all day long. We're going to have the session here. We're going to be focused like lightning and lasers here to, you know, to make the best trading decisions in the morning. Call it a day. Go do what you want to do. Spend the wealth that you have and enjoy life, and that's what it's all about. So, yeah, absolutely, Yuri. Yeah, we're going to have him. Yep, we will have Mayor here in the room, and between all of us in the room, all he needs to do is get done with the boating season, which is going to be in another month. And then we'll get Mayor back here in the room, and he's excited to join us. And I know that everybody else would love to see him. So, all right, back to trading. Sorry about that, DVG.
All good. So, Rick, you're asking a question on NEE. I actually got into that yesterday. It's going to be more of a long-term swing position for me. I do like it. I think the time horizon needs to be a little bit, you know, broader than a day, just because you're not going to get more than likely a 15% move in a day. But I think there's a lot of potential for this to continue to move higher. Again, if markets turn to full risk on, which again, we're not seeing that yet, right? We talked about it yesterday. We need to, if you're bullish, you need to see the Qs close above 462 or so, and you saw what happened, right? We did not close in that 462 range, and more importantly, we dipped. So we did see a little bit of buying into the close, and then just kind of sold off literally with the last 5 minutes or so. So I would be cautiously optimistic. Again, we have some news in 11 minutes. that could predicate directionally where we go with the cues. I'm not full perma bear just yet, but the only way I think names like NEE start to flutter and aim lower is, again, if we go full risk on, then you'll probably see some names come out of utilities. Watching SMCI now, I'm about to be all out of NVIDIA potentially. I'm gonna trim up a little bit here. I'll leave like 20 shares, so nothing big. Let me see if I get a push over 108.20-ish. If I see a green candle, I'll take it. Don't want to risk anything into the 10 o'clock. We'll keep some powder dried for the move. I'm watching SMCI though. I mean, it's at 410 right now. I mean, it can dip pretty far.
Look at Tesla, or take a look at NVDA on the daily, and what you're going to see here is this big. How do we? I can't adjust it. Oh yeah, I'm going to go 3 months here. Yeah, I mean, so we've come down. Recent highs 130-ish. Let's call it 130, 129. So we've lost about 20%, maybe 15% as the news reporting coming out, and it's the job of the markets now to get this stock back up to that 120, 130 area. So
good call out there on BABA, by the way, Rick. I don't know what's going on. You got to keep in mind too, like this has been, as an example, Michael Burry from The Big Short, one of his big investments as of late. So kind of interesting to see this pullback.
So traders, here's a question for you. What do you do? And I'd be interesting to hear from the traders here. Besides signing off from the room, what do you do when you hit 2 big trades first thing in the morning? Because people will ask us about, hey, what do you do, Scott, when you have 2 losing trades? How do you get things back? The standard answer is, kind of 1 bite at a time, lower your share size, be more focused, things like that, because you don't want to try to get back all the money you lost in 1 revenge trade. So the opposite now is true. So now I've had 2 wonderful trades, and now what do I do? How do you handle the upside like that? Because now I start to lose focus, quite frankly, right? I know that we have a responsibility to run the room and to train and to help and to hold, but you run out of focus here when you've had just a great day. In the past, as just a trader, without running the room, without being a part of this great community, what time is it here? 10 o'clock, coming up on 10 o'clock. Probably rip away for a quick workout and then a protein shake, and then sit on my butt and wallow in great trading. But now it's a little different. So now when you try to teach and you try to give back and you try to explain to traders, hey, listen, man, this is really a great profession, but this is how you handle it. What you don't do is you don't sit in front of 4 monitors for 6 hours a day. Nobody wants to do that. Ed, I pray and thank God, stay humble, right? That's right. That's right. Ed, one quick thing here. I'm a golfer, so I play golf. So one of the things that I do is after the rounds, when I play well, and this translates into trading, when I play well, I go right to my phone and I go to the notes section and I make notes. What did I do great today? Why did I hit the ball so straight? Why did I hit the ball so long? Why did I hit the ball so crisp? I write those things down, and then I reference that the next time I play, to try to get back on track. So why did you have a great day today? In your journal. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I knocked the cover off the ball today on NVIDIA. AVGO is just kind of limping around. I trimmed up just to mitigate any exposure. I'll probably do the same. If we get over the close, I'll add. But we've got news in 6 minutes. So again, kind of keeping some powder dry. I imagine people are trying to buy into this expectation. candidly, the news that we got this morning, just again, not really in line with what we want to see from a growth perspective, other than S&P services PMI was pretty decent. But it's 0.5% higher versus estimated 55.2. So, again, really curious to see what we get for the employment index, one thing at 10 o'clock, and then the ISM services PMI should be interesting.
So here's a question for you, DVG.
Yep.
So Bill says, this is what got me for so long. I'd have a killer first hour and give it back. It took me embarrassingly too long to size down with only little plays or step away. So what's your take? I know we've had some conversation behind the scenes about, your journey and trading all day, and then, joining the 44 trading team, and then taking the afternoon sessions. And how do you talk to traders about, hey, listen, it's great to be around in the community. It's great to trade all day. It's great to learn, but you really want to be focused in the morning session. So how do you talk about that in your own trading? What's your belief on trading the open exclusively?
I mean, for me personally, this is where it's where I make my money, or I don't. So if I'm going to put up a W, it's going to be in the morning session. If I'm going to put up a L, it's going to be in the morning session. And as a result, if that's a big if, right? And for a while here, when we're doing the afternoon sessions and that, I would almost take a trade for the sake of, like, I'll be honest with you, just kind of boredom, right? It's just staring at these screens the whole time. And if I see a setup and I can make a quick, 20, 50 cents, 80 cents, but I would size small regardless if I'm up on the day or down on the day. What you won't find me doing is, after having a green morning or a red morning for that matter, taking full size positions in an afternoon session if there's not, let's say, big news coming out that you could anticipate a move, right? So I guess to answer your question, in a perfect world, right, 2 hours is kind of what I give it max in the morning. Typically, I like to be done by maybe 10:30 or 11, because you're able to, obviously you can let some runners run if you see a big move, like, for example, in NVIDIA. Like, I don't mind leaving 20 shares on that for the rest of the day. Obviously, I can put my stop loss below the VWAP, but who knows? Maybe I'll even add to the position if we get down to the VWAP, just because my entry was decent. But again, right now, like, most of the news that you're going to get is usually going to be right before the bell, right? 8:30, 9:30, typically 10 o'clock. You're going to get majority of the information that moves markets that then plays out the rest of the day. So, in some cases, I may even use options. So say, for example, like on NVIDIA, I may just take an option trade, somewhat out of the money, just to basically compound the potential gain. And if it continues to work in favor, I may even roll that to, let's say, next week, roll that option to next week. So it's stuff like that where, I'm always looking for that force multiplier if it's in effect, right? Both the downside and the upside. I mean, shucks, on Tuesday, I left a ton of money on the table, but honestly, like, I wasn't disappointed. I made close to, $4,000 on Tuesday. Again, it's not 50 grand, right? If I would have been compelled to hold my positions all day, I mean, who knew the markets were going to get buried like that, an avalanche? But I was taking a nap. I needed it, right? So that nap to me was, you could argue it's an expensive nap, or, a way to kind of give yourself an excuse to step away. And that's like what I like to do, right? Is if I can get 6, 7, 8 hours to myself to do what I want, to look at businesses, to grow my potential, income streams, like that's more powerful, I think, than just sitting in front of monitors all day.
Yeah, and one thing to add to that is, the thing that I've found out over the years is, you can sit here, that rear view mirror messes up a lot of people, right? So to your comment, which I talk about all the time, is, man, I missed out on such a big move, and that hurts. Okay, when you look at the rear view mirror, coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? and that potential move and that potential money that you could have had. What if I stayed in? You know, what if I didn't do this? What if I did this? What happens? You know, blah, 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 blah. But the key to the matter is staying humble, being thankful, right? So on the trade that you made 50 bucks on, 100 bucks on, 1,000 bucks on, when you could have made, you know, 100, 500, 5,000 on, be thankful. You're green. And to me, as I was growing up in trading, I would just simply take a green highlighter or a yellow highlighter, and I would highlight my day. Green, I was green. Yellow, I was red. And then at the end of the month, I would just count up how many green days I had. That's basically the way I kept score. It wasn't about, hey man, you know, I missed out on this or I missed out on that. That's behind you.
Yep.
You know, green days, green weeks, and the most important thing, green months, regardless of what it is. Because if you put green months together back to back to back, sooner or later, you're going to increase share size, you're going to feel comfortable, and those green months are going to be now green supporting months where you're supporting yourself, your family, and your passion.
I just managed to take a partial here on AVGO. I totally missed Tesla, guys. I mean, we talked about coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yep.
I thought we'd see a 220 print. That would be probably where I'd get in, and if it dropped a point, it'd be out. But man, my target on Tesla was around 235, and it looks like it's going to happen today.
Listen, here's another thing. My target on DLTR is 64. It gets over 64, I'm going to short it again. Just be patient here.
So U.S. Let's see, ISM non-manufacturing prices for August, 57.3 versus 56 estimate, and it was a 57 prior. U.S. Let's see, ISM non-manufacturing PMI for August, 51.5 versus 51.3. So both came in, you know, better than expected. You see that kind of reflected in the markets. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but trade what you see, not what you feel. I mean, we are moving higher. SPY breaking out. Q's about to take out the pre-market highs. Don't fight the tape, y'all. Don't fight the tape. Remember, SPY at 55372 was a previous, you know, all-time high. It is. I shouldn't say when I say that. It was like, we'll say a high, a high close. I don't know what we want to call it, because obviously the all-time high on SPY is 565.16. Not including the small push pre-market. Let's see what the Qs do here.
Beautiful. Okay, let's start in on this position here on, here we go. I'm going to take it again here. And listen, here's the thought process. Listen, okay, really important. Don't get greedy here. Just because you had one great trade in DLTR, you know, don't just sit here and just size up like crazy and say, I'm going to murder it again. Okay, because this thing could break out and could start to go 65 and more, but I'm going to take it under 64 here, so be patient with the trade. What size of an account is sufficient, grossly speaking, okay, to enable one to make a humble living through day trading, say in the U.S. Okay, so Yuri, first of all, in the U.S., you don't have any choice. Okay, you've got to have 25 grand liquid cash. That's it. And I would tell you this. What's that, DVG?
And PDT designation, pattern day trading designation.
Right. So 25 grand. I'll just answer your question. Okay. 28,000 US dollars. And here's the back side of that. 25 grand and PDT designation gets you a margin account, and your 25 grand will be 100 grand. So you're going to trade with $100,000 intraday. Now, if you can handle the share size and don't go crazy, you can make a good living with a 100 grand account. Okay. The reason for 28 is because you're going to have losing days, especially if you're just starting. So they will sweep your account every day. They'll do it intraday too if you go crazy, and they'll shut you off. But at the end of the day, you need to be flat. Okay. And depending on when your broker sweeps, like unfortunately, Fidelity is DVG, I think two or 3 days before they clear.
Yeah, typically. They're trying to do the +1 now, but you know.
Yeah.
Nah.
So they're not the best. But if you get anybody with a decent platform, they'll clear overnight or clear the next day. So that allows you then to go back in and to do the same thing. But you want to have a cushion, and in the US, you've got to take care of it. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, Jared. You can't. So one more thing, Jared. In the US, you can't day trade under 25 grand, period. They just won't allow it. So you've got to have 25 grand. And the 1 day settlement, it used to be, DVG might help me here. I'm just trying to think because I think it was 3 days. I think it was 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 3 days. So if you traded today, it would take, say you took a trade on Monday, Thursday morning is when everything would clear, and then it rolls from there. So Tuesday would clear Friday, Wednesday would clear Monday, stuff like that. So your account is always kind of in limbo. So you have to be careful of that. You have to manage it to the point where you can get enough cash in there and it's not going to matter. Now it clears in 1 business day, Kev. Yeah. Let's say it like this. It's supposed to clear in 1 business day. Okay.
Check out Tesla, guys. My target was 235, and that was like a maybe by tomorrow. It's almost there right now. Holy smokes!
Don't discount our baby here, because it can get good and ugly in a blink of an eye. I enjoy trading Tesla. The reason I enjoy trading Tesla is because because Tesla gives me the opportunity to have the type of move that I desire, which is 50 cents a dollar, $10, $5. You know, it moves. It's not like some of the marginal picks that we get in, and we're sitting there saying, man, the volume is slow. Man, this stock is not moving. What's going on? So, you know, it's Tesla is great. However, Tesla can be very, very rude and can ruin you. Right?
Take a short here on SMCI. I think it's got a shot of breaking the 400. Keep an eye on it. Projecting the 200 EMA right now. Also watching coin. Nice move to the upside. Maybe a 165 entry. We shall see. Okay, keep an eye on SMCI now. If we break out over the highs, obviously I won't short it. I might be looking into that, 420 area. Let's see how it behaves there. SPY kind of limping around. Remember, 55372 market charts, y'all. Who was looking at crowd? Crowd looks nice for a potential short here. Your stop would be right at the 200 EMA, so it's about 1.5. But whoever was looking at that for the downside move, now would be the time. Looks pretty nice, 257.
I can't even begin to talk about how blessed I am with this DLTR trade. This is twice with extra full share size, so you can just imagine the P&L today. Okay, so I'm going to buy off right here to cover at the 62 85, buying 3/4 of the trade off right now. This is the third trade of the day, and this is really just an absolute crusher today. Twice in the same stock. Remember, just walking you through everything here and talking about staying humble and talking about, not guaranteed that the stock is going to continue like this, but you know what? The way that this stock performs, to me, anything over that 64.20 can be shorted again and again and again. And if it's just a cash register thing, I'll sit here all day and do the same thing. These are the days that if you have a setup like this, and again, I just warn you, you can't get greedy. These are the days that you could buy a Porsche right after you get done with the close today, if DLTR continues to do this kind of stuff. The news is bad. It sets up great for a short. It's been up. It's been down. And absolutely. And that couldn't have been said any better than what Jared said. This is the day where all of a sudden those red days, you had a few red days this month, a red day this week or whatever. And this is the day that you're able to get some of that back because you've traded and you've kept it close to the vest and you're able to get out there and make it happen. So let's put on crowd here, CRWD, and let you all see this here.
Looks like I missed on the SMCI move here, unfortunately. I like that rejection at the 200 EMA. Coin setting up. I'm going to see how it behaves here over 163.90. I'll build a position there. My stop will be just under the close. I actually might get a better entry here. I don't mind this pullback. 163. Let's do 163.60. No. One. We don't bounce here on the 200. I'll just cancel that order. So right now we're barely hanging on the 200 EMA. May not even take that trade, y'all. So be careful on the coin. Really don't like this move here. Apple got up to 225.23 today and then started selling. Remember that level of 225, super important for Apple.
So decent bounce back day so far in the markets as well. I mean, today's one of those days where we were tentative at the start. The Dow's still not out of the woods. Dow's down, what, 80? Yeah, Dow's down 80, but the NASDAQ's up 126, having a decent day. S&P up 8. So, let's hold on. Buckle the seatbelt. And start praying that DLTR makes it over the 80 or 64 again. Not that there's a greedy bone in my body, but I'm just saying. Take what the market gives you, right? And if it's going to give it to me, I will take it. And for the record, write this one down. I've had 3 trades today, all of them to the short side. Maybe it's the new me. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna, guys, cancel coin. Cancel coin. I don't like this move. Really tempted to short SMCI here though. I liked it at that 418 level, but maybe we get another chance. I don't know. Market's kind of pulling back to the VWAP. Again, keeping an eye on the 200 EMA. That to me is kind of like my new litmus test on a lot of these big tech names. Because the VWAP will kind of be there, right? Like, do we bounce off of VWAP, move higher, lower, what have you? But right now, I'm finding a strong correlation that people are paying attention to that 200 EMA. SMCI, folks. What to do, what to do.
So here's another caveat here. You know, you've seen DVG trade with the 200 MA. Use SMA or EMA?
EMA. Yeah.
EMA. Okay.
Most of
So
my moving averages are simple moving averages, except for the 200.
Yeah. So the one thing I wanted to get over here is, you know, I trade a lot off the VWAP. In fact, some people would say, hey, my charts are very simple, and to me they are. That's just my style, right? Some people like more, you know, EMA, SMA, 250, whatever in there, 100. But I find that the way to trade, or one of the ways that you can trade, is VWAP breakouts and breakdowns. And if you simply look at, you know, all the charts that I have up today, and especially now HPE that's coming back down in the upper right corner, when it breaks the VWAP, that's a good signal short. Like VRNT, maybe breaking the VWAP to the upside is a signal for the long. Certainly Tesla handled that very well today, and so did NVDA, as two examples. And I'll tell you what, the other thing is we have had so much rain here in the Florida area, and it's called, I was trying to get out to play some golf, and the course is just absolutely soaked. And it's supposed to rain every day. We've got the, you know, the summer rains, I get it, but man, we have had our fair share. I'm sure Clifton by you is pretty wet as well. Went out last night to dinner in South Tampa, and that place was just a flood machine. Certainly can't take the Porsche out, DVG, that's for sure.
I do have another trip planned for the end of this month. And then I do have
Awesome.
a trip also mid-month in October. I'll be going to some races in October. And then
let's get together, because I've got, I'm going to be gone. I wonder if we're going to be gone at the same time. I'm going to trade on the road, though, this trip here. I'm going to be gone the 19th. No, the 20th on a Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'll trade. I won't trade the Friday the 20th, but I will trade probably the 23, 24, and I'm going to be gone on the 25th.
yeah, I'll be out.
I'll be out on the West Coast.
I could probably do the Open on the 20th, but I'll be out basically around 10 o'clock. I'm heading out, maybe 11, on the 20th of September through Sunday.
23, 4, 5?
What's that? Yeah, I'll be back on.
You'll be here 23.
Monday. Okay. Yeah, the following Monday.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, cool.
Someone took a trade on AMD. Very nice. Looking for other news that might be coming out. We have crude oil inventories at 11. More crude data. 8.
DVG, you said this before, but tell the team here where you get your news so quickly. What's the source that you like to use so that everybody can follow along? So
I have a few. I use I've got like Seeking Alpha. I pay for their premium data. I use MarketWatch. Obviously, typical channels like CNBC, Bloomberg, right? But I pay for Benzinga has a premium service as well for news, and I use them quite a bit. It's a pretty robust platform actually, but a lot of the data that comes through there, it's super helpful.
Yeah, yeah. And a lot of times, I've noticed when I used to have Fly on the Wall back in the day, and that was, any type of feed, any type of news feed. Fidelity has a decent feed right on their platform. That's pretty good. I don't know if you use that or if you think anything of it, but some of the platforms have got pretty decent news feeds where they're not too delayed. You're always going to be, without a premium service, you're always going to have a delay, right?
Yeah, that's the nice thing too. Is like, obviously, when you're paying for some of these services, it ain't cheap. What I like is, Benzinga's they do pretty well with like a lot of the news, but Seeking Alpha will give me like push notifications on certain stocks that I watch, and then a lot of it's with Seeking Alpha. It's based on a lot of my portfolio positions, which are different than trading positions, but they coincide with stocks that I would typically trade anyways. So, you get an update on Tesla, I might get it from 3 different places. And of those 3 different places, they'll have a different viewpoint in some cases, which is nice, right? Because you're getting a different take on said news. But yeah, I have a pretty big list. Like they're all like bookmarked, so I can get the actual names. But there's like a lot of places that I like on weekends, especially. And I just like geek out on stuff. I'll look for, a lot of empirical data type stuff. I mentioned, how stocks perform in the latter half of September, like kind of cyclically, if we have a 5% summer. If there's ways that you can kind of optimize those data points, there's someone out there that's probably either A, compiled that data somewhere, or B, like you can find it and then do it yourself. So again, I usually use my weekends to do that kind of stuff. And also review kind of weekly trades, what I did wrong, what I did right, what I can do better. So yeah, while most people are barbecuing and hanging out on weekends, I'm usually, focused on basically prepping for my next week. With a few exceptions, right? This past weekend, nice little getaway, and then obviously the 21st will kind of be something similar. We'll be down on a beach, so I have a feeling I won't be doing a whole lot of research there, but that's typically how I spend my time. I mean, as soon as we log off here, my nose is in a book or some kind of research on looking at empirical data, behaviorally, looking at charts, trying to understand fundamentals, especially if certain companies are having earnings that I'm interested in. So yeah, I probably spend, I would say some people would argue like too much time doing this, but I genuinely enjoy it. I mean, this is like, it's a passion and it's great. I get to do it for a living, so it's very humbling and what a blessing, being able to show up a couple hours a day, have an awesome community that, we can help you guys grow and also make money and find the passion of this profession. It's one of those professions where if you're a sucker for learning and you don't mind reading a lot, it's amazing,
Yeah, you probably
By the way, look
need
at
to read
Tesla.
more as much as a lawyer does.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, there's especially when it comes to like earning seasons, like on stocks that I genuinely care about. I mean, I'll go in, you know, line for line. I'm finding new ways to like use AI to like read some of the earnings summaries and like, create kind of like cheat sheets, if you will. Um, but that's a whole nother conversation, a whole nother topic. Market's pushing higher. Right now, I just got my runners on NVIDIA. I may actually add. Tesla was my big miss for this morning. Hopefully, some of you guys took it. That was kind of I had two longs that I was really looking at, NEE and Tesla, and I was keeping my eye on NVIDIA. And we started building that position as soon as we got out of that 200 EMA. hit it right, which is just coincided with the close. Then AVGO, winning trade as well. I didn't have a ton of trades that I took this morning. I'm keeping my eye on SMCI. Like if it really has a chance to like explode to the upside, but also it's like limping around this 420 level. So I'm kind of curious to see what happens. Meanwhile, Tesla is about to hit 235, guys. Wow. I mean, I could have got into that thing. I said I missed it. I could have been still up like 10 points on that thing. Wow, 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 wow. And did anybody take Tesla this morning, guys? Anybody in the crew?
I missed it.
That's a huge move.
Yeah, I missed it this morning, but boy, oh boy. That is strong and nice, right?
Yeah.
I thought DLTR was going to give us that fourth trade, but it doesn't look like it right now. Coming up on 1 hour into the day, I'm looking for that fourth trade of the day here. And hopefully I'll get something to show more of. XPO, no. PDD, no. STNE, not a big enough mover. AMD, sloppy. We're on the right stocks, traders. We are on the right stocks. Patience is a virtue right now.
Yeah, I'm actually going to pick up some call options on NVIDIA here, the 110 strike. See if we can get a move or push here. They're still pretty cheap. Again, watching SMCI, I want to see what happens at the 420, 421 level. If we break out, it could be an opportunity for me to go long. And if we fail, it'd be a great opportunity to short it. Sorry, Tim, I don't follow the tomorrows. What do you mean? Yeah. If it starts pushing, let's say it goes to like 112 or something like that, I'll bank profit as we push over 110 if we do, and then if anything, I'll just roll them in the next week if they continue to push.
Sure, I'll be right back. Just give me 1 moment, please.
Watching SMCI now. And I would have loved an entry like 420 and a half so that my risk is like really, really small, maybe a point. To get short right now, I mean, my risk would be $3, and I don't want to risk that after having, some pretty good trades. Meanwhile, markets are pushing higher, so shorting SMCI could be risky. But I think if there's going to be some volatility in that stock, it's going to be very, 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 very soon. My only concern with SMCI specifically is if they come out with news like, oh, hey, we showed our annual report and it turns out everything's, had it double checked and everything's great. Everything's golden, right? There's nothing to be concerned about. That thing can take off pretty quick. So let's see, NVIDIA's, okay, so the 110 call options now are $1.60. I'll probably pick some up here. The 110 strike. And I'll happily add to that. It sounds like Tim, maybe you were looking at that. So again, the big thing is, they're super volatile. So like I'm almost like building that position. So like on the pullback right here, it's nice to just start buying a couple, and then if it moves in favor, great, and if it doesn't, just dump them. There's no need to arm wrestle the tape. Oh, SMCI, gosh, it's brutal watching that thing. Moves up and down 4 or 5 points at a time. Wait, what? That can't be right. Eli Lilly. Interesting. I may take a closer look at this one. 920. Let's do it. 920. Shorted. I'll let it come to me. Yeah, reason being is the anchored VWAP was actually respected here at the lows, so 917 and 918 respectively. 917.64 was an anchor VWAP from previous position that I put in place on. It was the low on, looks like, earnings. So when that initial push happened, if anybody was interested in the Eli Lilly trade. Again, I'm not in it now, but I'm waiting for it to come to me, right? Okay. SMCI 414. I'm going to build on that. Hopefully, I don't just short the bottom here and then it bounces, but we'll see. It'll be a small position. And if we break down below 410, I'll add. Okay, watching Lilly now. Watch the pullback here in the Qs in Tesla, NVIDIA. Okay, nice. We got a fill here on SMCI. Small position. We'll add under 410. All right, Eli Lilly. Come to Papa. All right, I'm going to actually get an earlier entry here on Eli Lilly. I'm going to put us, let's see, 922. Looks good. Maybe we'll do. If I market order, that wouldn't be good. You know what? I'll wait. I still have it out there for 920. So if it breaks down, great. I'll get filled. But almost tempted to wait for it to pop up to like 923, 925. That's a pretty significant breakdown in Eli Lilly.
Does the market hold on? That's that is a good question, and I don't have a magic ball, so I don't know. But I can tell you that we've increased our winning or our move here on the Nasdaq. And if you're unsure of that or what that means, take a look at the triple Qs here as a marker. We're up pretty good this today, up over 1%, which is fine. Again, the way to get that 500 points back is just a little bit at a time, and stick with it, right? We had that. What were we down the other day, DBG? You remember what was the big day down? Was it 400 on the Nasdaq?
2% on the Nasdaq, yeah.
Oh, 2%?
I might
That's
get
it?
filled
Okay.
I might get filled here on Lilly. There we go. We're filled. Wow, look at that. Instant fill and down $2 on Eli Lilly. Brilliant. Can we break the low of day on this? This thing could be a monster trade for me if we actually break down. It'd be awesome if it did. So right now I've got short on SMCI, short on Eli Lilly. They're expensive. Not a bad day. Not a bad day.
Come on, DLTR, don't do it to me again. Don't tempt me like this and go over 64, please. What I do.
Wow. Come on, Lilly. You can do it. If it breaks that anchored VWAP, guys, which is literally at the low of day, that thing has got a long way to go. Ideally, maybe 915, 912, maybe 910. I mean, you know, I'll wait for the break under the low of day. Looks like it's going to happen any moment. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I don't want to be too bold and say it's easy money, but
Let's say when you could say it's easy money when you get out of it, okay?
yeah, exactly.
Not a minute
right.
too soon.
Watch NVIDIA here, guys. Careful. It's right at the 55. So if NVIDIA is going to get a spike, it's going to be now. If it breaks this, count the VWAP, then the 200. I'm keeping an eye on the SPY right now. We talked about that level. If you have it marked on your charts, I hope you do by now. On the SPY, 55372. 55372. What did we do just now? We went up to 58, tried it again at 55380. We rejected both times. And we're aiming lower now on the SPY. Here comes the break on Lilly. Let's see. Fingers crossed. About to get stopped out on SMCI here. Hang on for a bit longer. There we go. There's a breakdown of the Qs now a little bit. I'll pull back. Big one I'm watching right now is SPY. So technically the Qs are stronger than the SPY in the last session. You know, there's a way you can just overlay those if you haven't done that yet, but do that, just kind of get a visual representation of what that looks like. But seeing the SPY push that 55372 area, called 55380 today, and then reject it again, that to me is a signal from yesterday, previous sessions that have been rejected. It's not good. Not good. That represents the 493 other stocks that aren't the Mag 7. All right, about to get stumped here on SMCI. Oh well. First losing trade of the day. Oh well. So waiting on the breakdown on Lilly. I'm very, very tempted. If we see another rejection on, maybe we don't even get up there, I don't know. But if I see another rejection on the SPY at 55370 area again, I may short the SPY. Glad we got out of the way SMCI. Look at it go now. Maybe it's time to go long SMCI. Let's take a look. I mean, luckily for me, that was a pretty small position in SMCI because it's so volatile. I don't want to risk a whole lot there. But I am curious. No way. No way, Jose. Call options on SMCI for $10 out of the money right now. So at 430 or almost $6. Almost $6. So in order you to like make your money, and that's by the way expiration tomorrow. So for you to not only, you know, you'll probably get squeezed on theta and gamma basically by 1 o'clock today if you're not at 435 basically. That's pretty wild. You know what? I actually like NVIDIA for a stronger push higher if the Qs hold, right? Like that's the big thing. Like the Qs are a big, you know, Meta right now is pushing 521. It's breaking out. You got Microsoft holding up near the highs at, you know, 413-ish. Apple really hanging on at 225 low. We've been talking about it for a couple of days, guys, right? 225 on Apple. Look at it right now. It's literally getting up to that 225, trying to hang on for dear life right now. But by and large, right, the Qs are moving higher. They're strong. They're a lot stronger. Tesla, obviously, like I don't care if that thing pulls back $2, $3, $5 even. It's kind of hilarious. We talked about 235 target. You guys see what the high of day is on that thing? High of day is 235 on the nose. So yeah, I think NVIDIA could definitely pull back to, you know, 10. This is called the VWAP, so 107.90. Call it 108. Definitely a possibility. I'm watching the SPY very closely though. Very, very closely. I'm looking at size of, you know, volume coming in, which naturally will have an impact on some of these stocks, but there's a strong pullback. SPY now at the VWAP. Let's see what it does. I might have missed my short opportunity up at 553.72, which I shorted yesterday. I think Vincent, did you take that with me? I can't remember. I know I posted it yesterday. I don't know if Vincent's here today. Let me see. Yeah, he's here. Amit, is it possible to teach us options trading? Amit, not right now. I don't like right now. We're not really set up for that, to be honest. And not to mention, like options trading can get. It just depends where you want to go with it. Like it can get complex pretty quickly when you're talking about spreads and butterflies and condors, and I mean, there's all different kinds of strategies. So it becomes very personal. Here's a break on Eli Lilly, folks. Let's go. I just took a partial here. Bingo. 915 target. Ho ho ho. Oh man, that's gorgeous. That is gorgeous. I'll let the rest run. I took 80% of my trade off on Lilly. Wow. Where's the clapping soundbite, guys? Where is that thing? Hold on, I gotta find it. I'm gonna give that up for myself here. Sorry, guys, but that was, And I'll tell you one thing. You know what we just did on that trade? If anybody took it with me, count it. Let's go. Now we've got free money running. Huge. 7.5 points, guys, in 5 minutes. Sorry, y'all. It makes me nervous on these big, expensive stocks. SMCI, we lost a little bit of money on it. It wasn't a whole lot, but we lost a little bit. I'll tell you one thing. We definitely made it back. We made it back on this Lilly short. So no big deal. Did anybody take that trade with me, by the way? Anybody? I know it's an expensive stock, so. You did. Tim R and Tim Flick. Right on. Right on. You'll be hearing from Clifton. He'll be sending you guys the commission invoice momentarily. Only joking. That's great, guys. Cool. Tim, great, man. Heck yeah. Len, too. All right. Well, I guess some of y'all are paying attention to me. That's good. All right. Again, guys, the SPY at 553.72. I missed it. I mean, we had such a strong push that was like a double. I don't want to call it a double top, but look left. Okay, if you pull up your SPY on your charts, take a look at what it looked like yesterday on the SPY. Similar behavior, and then do me a favor, drop the 553.72, like a horizontal line on that. And it's basically, it's becoming a ceiling now, right? And if bulls were to take over, that would become a new floor. Okay. Meaning we push higher and hold that level, and basically that becomes almost like the trampoline to move higher. So we talked about this on yesterday's session, kind of what I'm seeing likely is going to happen. We'll see some pops, and then we'll see some drops. And I mean that more so as a stair step down. The same way we've had a stair step literally for the past, basically since August 5th, right? When that quote unquote carry trade was the excuse they were saying for that massive sell-off. I think we're going to start to, stair step downward to respect certain levels. Again, noting that the Qs around this 454 to 457 was kind of like the range that I was expecting to see a bounce. We did that in the pre-market, 457.50. But there's definitely room lower. 452.31 is where I really would like to see a base be created for the Qs for a healthy pullback in the tech names, right? By the way, I'm taking a little more off of Eli Lilly here. Just a wonderful trade, wonderful trade. And, I'm kind of, I don't want to say kicking myself, but like watching the SPY here reject that level at 55372. I took that trade yesterday. And I only took it for like maybe 2 points, right? But look what just happened on the SPY and look what's happening on the Qs. Worth noting, while they look similar, the SPY is weaker right now than the Qs. And to me, that's more concerning because that's representative of, again, those 493 other stocks plus the Mag 7, right? But if you kind of separate the two, that's where I'm looking at. We talk about breadth in the market, right? The SPY is, over the last several sessions, while the Qs were aiming slightly lower, SPY was putting in new highs or close to all-time highs, right? Which happened on Friday, right before the holiday, But if you actually look at that chart, it's a double top. Now, does it mean it's going to be the all-time high and we can't move higher? I actually think if we find some footing on the SPY, again, in and around, I'd say the 545 area, maybe even less, 542 possibly. So I've got 54695 was a previous high close, and 54412, which is really the level that's been respected for a while. 54412 has been kind of like for me at least, the level to watch. So does that mean that we dump 6 points on the SPY to get down to that level? I think it's very, very, very likely. Because truly the fear in this market right now is palpable. So anyhow, I digress. Let's see, Ranjit, did you watch Lilly on a 1 minute or 5 minute? So I did, you've seen, hopefully, I think Ranjit, in my sessions, I'll do like big chart and then we have the 4 charts. So I've got like 2 massive 49-inch wide monitors. So I've got 8 stocks that I kind of keep an eye on at all time that include the SPY and the Qs. On one screen, I've got my heat map in a corner of that same screen. And I've got the 4 charts that I share with you guys typically in our sessions. And then essentially I have 8 stocks, 4 and 4 basically, that I keep an eye on. And those are usually going to be a little bit more intimately stared at, right? I'm looking at volume price action, looking at key level footprints in some cases, right? So like what I share with you guys to prevent all the extra lines and everything, I keep it relatively simple with, I forget who called it the Metro line, but I try to keep those levels simple because they're easy to visualize. But sometimes, like if let's say for example, I'm looking at volume in Lilly, I looked at that initially, saw it on the heat map, right? Noticed that it was down pretty big. I also know that they happen to have news this morning that I was like, nah, I don't really want to trade a $900 stock today, but I've only taken 2 trades. And I took a third in SMCI and I looked at Eli Lilly and I'm like, actually, if this thing breaks down and I have my anchored VWAP nailed to that chart based on their earnings, that was the level to watch. It was at 917, let's just call it the low of day, 917.50, right? So the earlier I could get an entry, the better. I would have loved to see like a 925 rejection, but after I saw the VWAP get rejected on the 1 minute and it tanked this morning at the open, it's literally, if you throw up your 200 EMA, right, and your 55 SMA on that chart, you'll notice that convergence at the open, once that was rejected, it hasn't looked back. You know, so would I have loved an entry at 940? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Right. But seeing the fact that it dropped, you know, so significantly on some news, you know, it wasn't really favorable. But you know, being down 3%, that's a pretty big move. Hopefully that answered your question. And just, I mean, at this point, it's on autopilot for me. So I took majority of my position completely off at this point. So now I'm just letting it run. Keep it on the Qs right now, guys. It's literally bouncing off the 200. So obviously use what works for you guys. You know, Scott likes the VWAP. Obviously, I use the VWAP too, but like the fact that if you look at, say, for example, at 200 and you see it's being respected, look around for similar stocks that are obeying and kind of behaving the same way if you choose to go long and or short. You know, Microsoft right now is right on the 200. It actually is on a key level, which is 409.75. It's a key level for Microsoft, right? So it's holding that level, but if it breaks that level, and I'm not saying that you should go short that necessarily right there, maybe, who knows. But there's a probability that we're going to try to bounce because we've had some pretty strong bullish behavior at the open yesterday and now at the open today. Here's what I will say. It feels a lot more like retail traders are trying to move the markets higher in the morning. And then when you see the selling happen, it's institutions kind of, you know, swiftly dumping a big portion of volume. So be cautious, right? SMCI now about to break out. Glad we got out of the way of that thing. Watching Tesla now. I mean, at this point, I can be done, guys. Like, honestly, we had a huge trade on Eli Lilly. Only real losing trade today was SMCI, and even that it was like less than $100. What indicators you keep on for your day trade charts, DVG? I try to keep it clean with VWAP yesterday's close. Jared, reach out to Clifton. I did a session. When was that, Scott? That was July, wasn't it?
Yeah, July, back about a month and a half ago. Yep.
Yeah.
LTR,
so Jared, reach out to Clifton, send him a private message him or something. He can get you some of that info. Mark, I agree. Yep. Gonna get choppy, sure. Let's see. So look at short 410. That's interesting also. It's about retail institution. It's more of just like the actual behavior. So as an example, like NVIDIA this morning at the open, that big move, that push higher, right? That's institutional money predominantly paired with retail traders, right? Just from a volume perspective and commitment to move it higher. Tesla, another example of that's institutional money. And the reason is you can't move, let's say NVIDIA, for example, you can't make it regain $50 billion in market cap without institutional participation. Like, not NVIDIA. You know, if it's an AMC or, you know, you guys have heard all these meme stocks. Yeah, you get a population of retail traders big enough that are committed to that direction, sure. But as far as NVIDIA is concerned, like Our average daily volume on NVIDIA is 368 million shares right now on a rolling 30-day average. 368 million shares are traded on NVIDIA. Today we've traded in the morning session alone 133 million. Tesla, right? 77 million shares on average in the last 30 days from a volume perspective. This morning alone, in an hour and a half, 51.7 million shares have been traded on that stock. So it's kind of like, I look at volume as a big indicator, and then obviously price. When you're looking at market cap companies, you know, like an NVIDIA, that's a $2-3 trillion company, it becomes pretty glaringly obvious when, like, you know, even this move right now in the SPY and the Qs, we're hitting levels where sellers are present, right? Like, understand the big difference too between institution and retail traders. Retail traders, you know, if you lose $100 or $200, you're like, screw that, I'm out of my position, right? Institutions go, hey, I need to dump 1 million shares of this asset, whatever it is. In order for them to do that, they need to build up demand so they can dump into it, right? And when you see this level of commitment, like now on the SPY and the Qs, like that's institutions dumping shares, which is not a good thing, right? If you're long, but just in general. But looking more broadly, like I looked at Microsoft here at 409.75, we talked about that level. As soon as we broke 409.75, look what happened, just straight down, right? NVIDIA literally just tagged its 200 EMA. As soon as it broke below it, it dropped. Let's just see exactly how big of the drop it was. 30 cents in one just dump. So, you know, it's not always guaranteed that it's institutional money, but let's be 100% transparent. To move markets this abruptly, especially directionally down, that's institutions selling. And we've seen it for the last few sessions, right? You look at yesterday, we did a similar pump in the morning, and then it was met by sellers. Then we saw a little bit of a pump. People were trying to say, hey, maybe we could still be bullish, more dumping, right? And then, of course, Tuesday, well, we saw what happened on Tuesday. That was just limit down, where people are like, hey, I don't care what it is. I got to offload, you know, 25% of my exposure on this fund. And everybody kind of did the same thing. You know, we were trying to find a scapegoat. Tom Lee, who was literally like one of the biggest perma bulls you've ever heard, talking about, you know, 40% increase on the IWM in the next, you know, 12 months. And he said that in July, and it literally like marked the top of the IWM. And he was saying it's going to move another 40%. Now, can it happen? Look, that guy's been pretty accurate in some of his calls, right? And he's not like a broken clock kind of guy where it's like, you know, broken clock's right twice a day. I mean, he's had some pretty amazing calls. But now people are pointing the finger at him going like, hey, why would you say that there's likely going to be some headwinds coming? And that was literally what people are kind of saying sparked the initial sell-off on Tuesday, right after Labor Day. You know, for me, it wasn't, I don't think it's that cut and dry, but let's face it, I think a lot of people are looking at the same data. And the data doesn't give you the warm and fuzzies right now to be buying SPY at all-time highs. And you look at market multiples, like you might be able to get it cheaper, right? So why not wait for it to be cheaper? Take your profit now, right? Seasonality is not in favor in September. September is usually a kind of crappy month for stocks. Frankly, a lot of people are just selling positions maybe they took in January or April or whatever, right? That they're still holding, and they can take a huge gain on it and buy it cheaper, right? So these guys have the opportunity to buy and sell patiently. Whereas, you know, as traders, like we're looking at, hey, how do I make a point here, 2 points there, 3 points there, 5 points there, whatever. They're looking at percentages, right? And I've got $300 million fund. I got to make, you know, for me to keep my investors happy, I need to make, let's just call it a low number, 15%, right? Because you could park your money in cash and make 5%, almost 6%. So call it 10%. Well, on the $300 million, that's a lot of money, right? And they can't exactly move those funds as swiftly as we can. Technically, they can, but they don't want to take, like they're okay being patient, right? I know it's a long-winded answer. I think if you buy, it'll get close. Seth, sorry, I'm just seeing your note there. I don't know what you mean by that. I think if you buy it, it'll close. I'm very happy with the Lilly position. Literally have a baby-sized position that honestly it could go to break even, and I don't even care. Huge move. Let's see. Mark, what time frame are you looking at? 5 minute maybe? It's going off. No, daily. Looking at the daily on. Yep. Yep. Can't remember. Mark, did you remind me? Do you have the anchored VWAP or no? Can't remember if you had it on your platform or not. No, you didn't. Okay. Because that would be kind of an interesting one to show, even on as you're looking at that daily on the SPY. So the anchored VWAP from its peak at 565.16, okay, is at 545.10. That's where the anchored VWAP is at. And if you're able to see the Eli Lilly, big reason why I was watching that is we respected the anchor VWAP, which told me if we broke it, we tank. That's exactly what happened. As soon as we broke that anchored VWAP, 7-8 points, right? SPY's kind of in a similar spot. And what's really interesting is basically this 531.56 up to about 546.95. Previous highs, like again, they're not all-time high, but they were all-time highs at the time. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 previous all-time highs on the way down to that 531.50 area. And yes, I said that right. It's 19 points away. But the anchored VWAP is at let's just call it 545 for a round number. It's like 544.80-ish. That's at least, that would be the expected move I would see on SPY. And I would prefer to see the Qs hold up again, where I really think the Qs are going to find its footing. You know, for mechanically, you know, I'd say, you know, more so on like market technicians, you know, at 452.30 would have to hold on the Qs. And yes, I said that right. So that's, you know, 9 points away-ish, 8-9 points away. So that's 2%. Another 2% lower on the Qs, and the SPY could technically, I think, like I said, probably 3%. And it may not happen in a day. We're going to have to chop like we see today. If it happens in one swift move, I think that's really going to shake up markets. But also worth noting, in 2 weeks, we have rate cuts. Everyone's expecting a 0.25% rate cut. Again, there's no guarantee. No one said, hey, we're going to do that, right? But everyone's kind of expecting that at this point. I think if we see a 0.5% rate cut, game over. Which seems almost counterintuitive, right? You would think bigger rate cut, higher the market goes. No. You're basically kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, as they say, because you're trying to get people to spend money. But by doing that so quickly and abruptly, even when they've had opportunities to do quarter points at a time, and they didn't, they chose not to, it's basically saying like, hey, we messed up. And we gotta do something to fix it quickly. And honestly, like seeing the labor data and all this other stuff, like I'm not convinced that I think inflation's going to fix itself. Because if we have less people working, we're going to try to charge more for things, and you're just going to see people not buying them. Right? We're already seeing that happen. I don't know if you guys eat fast food or that, but McDonald's is offering value meals and this, that, like frankly, the way it used to be. I remember you used to be able to go to McDonald's and get a 39-cent cheeseburger, like what happened to those days? Obviously it was like, specialty type days. I remember, as a kid doing that, but, now shucks, it's like $20 for two people to go have McDonald's. It's wild. So yeah, I mean, I think we're starting to see that people are understanding like, hey, from a pricing perspective, like there's a limit on what consumers are willing to spend. And there's only so much that they're willing to accommodate. And if we see a squeeze in labor markets, which right now, that's what people are talking about. It's not so much the, for lack of a better term, but like blue collar workers, right? It's more of like a white collar layoff that's happening. And the argument is like, okay, cool, we're seeing some of that being reported in the numbers, but we're also seeing some people just not willing to report or like file for unemployment. They're like, I got savings, I'll find another job, no big deal. And what they're seeing is like, well, there's not as many job openings. What do we do? Like, what's going to be my next job? And so at some point, your funds run out, start maxing out credit cards, right? To the point where you can't afford your credit cards anymore. And then what? So that's kind of, I forget who it was. We were talking about, I think like maybe 2 months ago, like what's the next big wave? And I think it's going to be charge-offs in credit cards. I think there's going to be some pain to come. But part of it is like, I don't know. I'm of the mindset there's two ways of looking at it. One is you rip the Band-Aid off, get it over with so that markets can stabilize, right? No one likes to hear the word recession, but we're already in kind of stagflation based on the data, right? So I'm keeping an eye. We talked about it, Dixie. So if you're keep an eye on the dollar index, look at the levels reflective of when that carry trade happened, and then look where we're at now. We're still below that level. It's at 102.16. We're at 101.31 as of this minute. So looking at ancillary data like that, go ahead.
Is it greedy for me to take another DLTR trade or no?
Hey man, do you?
That's your money, right?
Yeah.
My money.
Anyway,
I'm going to take
I'll get off the soapbox.
under 64.10.
Let's look around. Let's see. JPM. Let's watch.
If we get it, traders.
I'm gonna look at it. I might take a look. Oh, up here at the highs, huh? Oh, same entry, 64.10.
Yeah, DLTR could break out here. I mean, we'll wait for it, but we'll also wait and see if this thing heads back down. So be careful.
Wow. Scott turning into a bear?
I know.
Mark the day, guys. Mark the charts. Mark your calendars. The 5th of September, 2024. Hey guys, Eli Lilly's at 910.91 right now. Pretty awesome. Loving that. I've got 10 shares left. So, yeah. Here comes the SPY. Again, if you're a bull on the Qs, you need to see it hold 460 plus. Ideally 462. Personally, I think 452 needs to be tested, and then 544.12 on the SPY needs to be tested. I don't know if it happens today, happens tomorrow, but it's coming. Tesla bouncing off the 200 right now. Nvidia hanging on to the 200. Apple perfectly bounced off the 200. AMD below the 200. Wanted to short something in the tech sector? There it is. Microsoft just below the 200, and Meta now at the 200 as we speak. LTR. I mean, that might do it for me, to be honest with you, Scott.
Yeah, I'm going to call it quits here too. I will be taking this DLTR trade, and I'll probably come back on here maybe mid-afternoon to talk about DLTR. But I'm in a sense done for the day, and the reason being is, you know, I don't want to try to test the market here any further. I've made my money today. Done a great job being patient, being humble, and that's really it for me. I want to wish everybody a great rest of your Thursday. Thank you for DVG's leadership today. Also, Aggie for teeing us up this morning. Clifton, as usual, the gatekeeper. And trust me, traders, this room is going to do nothing but get better and better and better over time. We appreciate you being with us. Thank you to everybody on YouTube. Thank you for everybody in this room. And use your 7-day free trial. If you're unsure, come in, take a look around. But I got to tell you, those of you that are talking about, hey, man, I don't know, or I don't know, I'm not sure if I can spend the $144 or the $300 or the $1,000 to join for the year. I don't think you're going to find any better trading calls around. You may be finding more intense training, things that have been pre-recorded. But again, I want you to think about when you think about talking about training and understanding the markets, I want you to think about this for a minute, and then I'll leave you. Think about trying to fly a plane, okay? You can spend all the time in the classroom going through all the books, all the tests, passing everything, watching videos in the room, okay? Watching pre-recorded training lessons, okay? And you could do all that, but you know what? None of it matters until you get in the seat with the stick in your hand and fly the plane. And I liken that to the same thing here in the 44 trading room. You can do all the training that you want. You can read all the books. You can subscribe to other trading rooms that give you taped video lessons that you're spending $4 or $5 grand for, or for as little as $144 a month, less than a cup of Joe at Starbucks a day. You can come right into this room, ask the questions, be part of a great community each and every day, and learn and trade and gain just like the professionals. So again, thank you so much, traders. Thank you, DVG, for everything you do. Traders, I will see everybody tomorrow morning bright and early. Aggie will be on at 9. I'll come in about 9:15, 9:20. And I should be back here because I want to take the DLTR trade. We'll see if it rolls over for us. If not, it's a great trading day, a great green day. Thank you, and thank you. God bless you, Godspeed, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I think I'll be doing the same, guys. Great morning. It's kind of what it's all about, right? I mean, do some good trades. I'll keep an eye on markets. I've got a couple alerts that I set up specifically on the SPY. That 544 level is within striking distance now, about 1% away. So if we see the bottom give out on the SPY, I expect that we at least try to push that low. It may not happen today, but maybe by tomorrow. No guarantees, obviously, but fundamentally, like, I'm okay with taking my money for the day and calling it, right? So similar to what Scott was saying, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I may be, popping in and out here in the afternoon, just keep an eye on things. But fundamentally, like, I don't think I'll be taking any other trades. We've got, just put in my stop loss on Lilly for the runners. Like, at this point, I might even put a trail on it, so I don't have to worry about it. But listen, hopefully you guys were able to make some dough today, make some good trades. And as you all know, appreciate each and every one of you. We're trying to build this community, right? See if we can get some folks just as excited as Scott and I are, Aggie and Amir, on being able to do this for a living. So you guys have my email. Feel free to reach out if you have questions. Like I said, I will pop in probably at some point later on in the afternoon, but really it might be just to keep an eye, put up my screens. So I don't know if we'll be taking more trades today. We'll be keeping an eye, though, on the SPY. Again, 544.12 is kind of where I anticipate the next level is, whether it's today or tomorrow. I think there's reason to believe we should test that level. But anyhow, look, appreciate you guys. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the open, like we always do. Cheers. God bless.